protected under our roof, they're free to dream. And you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Customize what you pay with Drive My Way. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Grab your docs, your permits, your money. AI levels up your pitch, gets it in. Drive, design, deliver, make it sing. AI builds the deck so you can build that thing. Do that, do that, do that with Acrobat.
It's time. Oh, whoops. There we go. Okay. Hey, hello, and thank you for joining me. Maya, what's happening? Okay, everything looking good so far, I think. I'm streaming to both Twitch and YouTube now, so I'm curious to know how that'll go. But I don't know why Maya's not opening. Error report. Okay. Hold on. Oh, is it 2025 that I'm running? So where's my recycle bin? Let's maybe clear some stuff out. Okay, while we do that, we can keep going around and just see if there's any things to get rid of. Gonna clear up some space. There we go. It was 2025. What's this one? 2026? Okay. Portfolio, no. Streaming models, Soul Ring. Okay, we'll set there. Let's open up this file. Should hopefully be okay. Okay, let's see. Let's check out our settings. Okay. Let's go ahead and give it a bit of a render and just kind of see where we're at. Not bad. Not bad. Let's go ahead and run it with our particles to see how that's turning out. Okay, that's not bad. What's going on here? Where is my smoke? Here's what I wanted. It was 2026. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Come on, Maya. What's going on? Okay, let's see. I think I need to clear some stuff. I think my computer is kind of like chugging along. We'll go to documents. No. Where do I want to go? Documents? Autodesk? No. You know what? Where to find ZBrush quick saves? Public documents. Public documents. ZBrush quick saves. There's probably a lot of quick saves I can get rid of. this 10 gigabyte one. Jeez. Yeah. Alright, let's see if that helped clear up anything. Let's try to open it up this way. We'll go to Documents. My crash is on startup. In the Finder, oh no. Username. See users, username. Okay, there's that. My documents. You know what? How to get to my documents folder. look at the prefs. And restart Maya. Okay, sweet. Particle group corner and particles. Particle shape 8. Okay. Empty points object. What does that mean? Empty points object Maya. What's the other one? Let's look into that. Large ring light, no poly mesh linked to mesh light. Large ring light. This one. I think before I had this as a mesh light. Let's see if that changes. Yep. compression equals rand 0.52. Close it out. Hide the smoke for now. This one. Instance. This random scale. Okay. Maybe not 0.2 though. Let's do 1.5. Seems good. And let's reduce the amount of particles it makes. Maybe to like 50. Man, I feel like even that's big. We'll do like 0.75. Should I get that off? That's cool. Thank you, Saribot. Hey, Quizzer bro. How's it going, dude? It's good to see you. Scale, that is it, right? Random scale, okay. We'll do 0.2. 0.75. Aw, thanks, Quizzer. You're awesome. How was your weekend? Let's try this. Let's try something else. In particles. Emit from object. 50. Change this to surface. 0.1, 0.1. No collide, ignore forces. Okay, we're gonna take the particles, move it into our respective group up here. So parent that. Then we're going to instance particles. We'll select our model, and then we'll select our particles, and then we'll instance. So let's check that out. That's good. Now we can change these. 0.005, 0.1. Change this to a triangle mesh, or quad mesh. We'll add random scale vector per particle. Okay. Create expression. This one's going to be 13. We'll change this to 0.25, 0.75. Create. Close this. Allow all data types. Change scale right here to random scale. And so now these particles should end up randomized in size. Does that happen? It does not, and why? Yeah, my cat. She gets kind of upset when I get on my computer. Oh, okay, nice, Quizzer. What kind of exams do you have coming up? Okay, for sure. What courses are you taking? Or like for what classes? What is different about that? You're in your final year? Nice, dude. That's awesome. So are these your final exams then? Bachelor of Commerce, very cool. Do you already have a job lined up after school, or know what you're trying to get into? What is going on with this? Maybe this is right, and this is just me. Let's do 1, and then we'll do 0.5. okay, yeah. I was just tripping. Wait, no, that still looks so big. Hey, Vile Plume. Happy Monday. It's good to see you. How was your weekend? Oh, okay. Cool, Quizzer. That's awesome, dude. When are your exams? Vile Plume here. You know what that means. Alright. Let's figure out these particles. Ooh, okay. Nice, Vile Plume. Alright, there is something off that I feel like I'm doing with this. So. How much longer do you think it'll take to finish the video? Vile Plume. Oh, okay, nice. So you're almost done with it. That should just be it. Alright, we'll try it one more time. End particles, emit from object. Okay. Let's change this to maybe don't like that. Volume, what's that do? Okay, nope. We'll just do surface. Surface should be fine. I mean, that honestly just looks good enough. So maybe, we'll see. We'll do 0.1, 0.1. I know. Oh my gosh, there's one setting that I've been forgetting this whole time. I know what it is, I think. Okay, so surface. Let's just change this to 50. Oh, okay, gotcha. 8 hours to finish the video. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Still, though, that's not too bad. Inquisitor, your exams are April 25th to May 19th? Man, how many exams do you have? Or I guess... Okay, surface, change speed. That's good. We'll go to particles here. No collide. Right here. Ignore forces. Change this. 0.005, 0.1. Quad mesh. Instance. Move these things to be part of the group up here. Create our expression. Whoops. This needs to be 13. Create, close. Random scale down here. And now the object display. Intermediate object, I think, is what I was doing wrong. There we go. That little check mark right there. Okay. So that's good. Now we can get around to syncing up our lights. Light linking, light centric. So what kind of lights? HDRI. Yeah, for sure. Oh, dude, it really is Bioplume. Like, animation takes so long. I find animators, like, so impressive. Just, like, their patience and... it's such a long process. Alright, so what lights do we have? We have our ring corner light, which is this one right here. Our ring front light, which is giving it a kind of like, which is adding this bit of brightness so you can see it from the front. Our ring backlight, which is giving it the rim light right here, and the bottom light, which I think is coming up and hitting the ring from this angle. We have our cloud swirls light. So this is a light just to hit the swirls on the clouds. Our warm light here in the corner, which I just wanted to hit the pedestal and the spikes. That's good. The HDRI, which will hit the pedestal and the spikes. I think this can hit the particles. It's because most animations use drawn animation instead of body animation, which is what I use. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. And body animation is a way to do it kind of like quicker. And then some people thinks it gives that little bit of a stiff look, but really like the more body parts you animate, the more fluid it looks. What are you lighting up? I want this to light up the spirals. Hey, Tommy. Good to see you, dude. Wee woo. How are you this morning? Happy Monday and good morning. Alright, let's see. We're gonna put this right here. What happens if I just light up everything? What's that look like? What if I hide these? What's that look like? Definitely don't want to hide them. Right on, Tommy. Drive safe. Always happy to see you before work. What did I do with... What did I do with this before? Well, mine crashed. Ugh. Hey, Austin, what's up, dude? Happy Monday and good morning. How are you? I did Vile Plume, but I don't think it was too much. And Maya saves automatically. Let's go. Sometimes. Whenever you crash, so it's not that big. It's not too bad. So let's see. We're gonna do 4 panes. We're gonna do front. I want this to be... I want this to be render view. Actually, you know what? Better yet. We're gonna do 2 panes stacked. We'll have our render right here. Then we'll have light linking right here. Ooh, not right there. Hey. Right there. That's fine. Good enough. And then this is going to be perspective, so I can mess around with stuff. Let's save again. There we go. Okay, fine. I'm doing good, Austin. Just trying to get this lighting situation taken care of. I mean, it's looking cool, though. Not really, like as in video animations, Vile Plume? Like, animate these models and things? I'm pretty sure YouTube uploads every stream as a video, so there's that. As for like actual animations and stuff, I don't plan on doing that. I'm just trying to get like... I'm just trying to accurately recreate... Not animations, just videos? Oh, like tutorials or just like random like 3D tips videos or something like that? Probably not. Yeah, this is more of just like a for fun thing. Who knows, if one day it like pops off, then I might consider making videos. But this is mostly just to help me learn how to do 3D better. Alright, what's going on with these lights? What's going on with these lights? You know what, let's try to start over. This will be Arnold. Mesh light. Let's do 5. Let's do 20. I don't want a file. I would like a ramp. No, a circular ramp. Yeah, exactly. That would be like so many more hours in and of itself just to turn like streams into videos. I'd have to like go through, like scrub through hours of footage, edit all this stuff. Just So yeah, I just want to focus on the 3D. Okay, I like this. I like this. Why is this here twice? I don't know. So I created this light. What's it shining on? What's helping me here? I don't want this. No. Actually, I do want both these spirals. This is a no, this is a no. What's this look like now? Good. Song is getting the boot from the playlist. Okay. This I think is good. We want to go... This thing is a bit strong though. So what do we want? I want it to be more see-through. How can we do that? Change the opacity here? In a way, yes. What would it look like if I moved this back? Just like right here. What's that look like? Huh. Oh, hold on. What if I selected that model? I went to Arnold. Arnold cast shadows. What does that do for me? No. Let's see, what does Cherem look like? Wait, is it this one? What's the difference between these two? Cherem, 421, 420. Oh, a sunny form and a normal form. Okay. I don't think it's too bad. I mean, it's not very interesting, but it could be. It's all right. All right. I think so. Having this up here obscures the spirals, which I do not want. So if we move it towards the back. see what that looks like. I definitely get the spirals that I want now. Where's my reference? Not that one. Let's see. Maybe we can take this, make a version of it that goes in front of the spirals. What do we want here? We can break this. Oh no, wait, not yet. We'll go to the hypershade. We'll find this texture. Edit. Duplicate shading network right here. Create a second copy of it. We're going to take purple spiral texture front. We're going to apply this to the model that we just duplicated. And then we can mess around with these things. We can take out this opacity. In the transmission, we'll add a noise filter. Let's see what that looks like. What if we make it emissive a little bit? Emissive. I think that's what we're kind of looking for. I have not, Austin. I haven't really played any Pokemon since actually, I have not played any Pokemon since X and Y. Maybe the spirals could be a bit more transparent. Yeah, that's kind of giving me what I'm looking for. Okay. Alright, so let's see. Where are we at right now? Let's bring the particles back. Okay, we can barely see the particles. So let me see if maybe there's a light that I can make that just shines on those. Arnold lights, we're gonna create... we'll just create a mesh light. Oh wait. Now we'll create an area light. Area light. Bring it out. Make it super big, super bright. Okay, it's definitely having an effect on our scene. So let's see if we can get it to just shine on the particles. So not this camera, not this, not this. Oh wait. I want this. Let's do particles light. So not this, not this, not this. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. How's this look? Okay, nice. I think we got it. Let's make it even brighter though. You, Nick, Scott, Wyatt are playing currently. Just started. It's a competitive battling game that connects Pokemon Home so you can use your mod from all your games. Dang, that sounds super cool. Oh, that sounds fun, actually. Okay. I actually think with these lit up, where is it? It's the corner. These particles could be changed and a bit bigger. .5 and 1. You know what? Pokemon Champions is apparently pay to win. You haven't spent any dollars on it. You've got a living dex in Pokemon Home, so you have access to any Pokemon I need. The game rewards with tons of in-game currency, but you've only played for 3 days. I imagine it's like one of those things where, like, as long as you're playing with your friends, then there's not really a need to spend any money or try to, like, I don't know, to, like, put money into it to try to get some sort of advantage. But I don't know. I've never played Pokemon, or I've never played this, so it could be completely different. See ya, Vileplume. Have a good day. Maybe talk to you later. Okay, so this light, let's see if we can't change this color a bit. this particles light. Hey, David. How's it going? I'm doing well. How are you? You have a good weekend? Did you get any naps in yesterday? I kind of want this to be more like a maybe aqua. Maybe even a bit more green. Yes, very good. I like that. Let's just drop the brightness of this down. Too much. Maybe a little more. Ooh, that's nice. Oh, I bet, dude. At least you got to sleep in some. Alright, so let's see, let's check out our reference. I think we could use another light right here so that this isn't such a harsh shadow. The background could be darker too, so let's focus on those two elements right now. Okay, where's the bottom light for this? Bring bottom light. Oh, Orbiting Kitty, hello. Thank you so much for hanging out. Ooh, first time chatter. That's awesome. Yes, Orbiting Kitty, I am creating the thing from the reference that you see up above. I'm a big fan of Magic the Gathering, so I've decided to try to use my stream to create 3D fan arts of different Magic the Gathering cards. So I'm creating Sol Ring right now, using a mixture of like Photoshop, Maya, ZBrush, and Substance Painter. And you caught us at a great time, because this should hopefully be the final day. Been kind of at this for a couple weeks now, and we're getting there. Like, here's my main reference, and then here's, well, oops, here's where we're at so far. So kind of right now, what I'm working on is setting up different lights and tweaking them. I saw that, David. Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate it. Oh, thank you. Dude, that's so awesome of you. Maybe I'll get some Chipotle with that. Thanks, Austin. Yeah, it's been really fun to get back into. I felt kind of rusty, so starting something like this from start to finish has been really cool. And I'm really, thank you guys all for joining me on this process. It's been super sweet. Particles, that's good. I want these two, so maybe, what's that look like? That's a maybe. We'll see. Let's see. Where else? Oh yeah, we were tweaking this bottom light. It may be a bit too bright, so let's change the exposure to 0.5. 0.2. Maybe change the intensity to 0.5. Okay, that's getting us closer. 0.1. Ooh, hold up. Yes. David, what set do I have in mind? What do you mean? Like for the birthday gift? Ooh, wait a second. Oh, there was a note. Okay, hold on. I have to look at the note now. I just saw the notification, not the note. Oh gosh, where was it now? Hold on. Go buy some packs, alright? Alright, David, you know what? I will buy some packs. Absolutely I will. You know what? I'll do Strixhaven, because why not? Thank you. And then I'll be sure to open them on stream sometime this week. Or whenever I get them. Should I just toss in a little extra and get a collector? Or should I just get some play boosters? That's a tough one. Alright, I like how the ring is looking right here. So I think we can leave that. Actually not. Object. Ooh, that's even better. Okay. I'll use it to buy a collector. Thank you, David. That's really cool of you. Okay, the background plane. Let's do object centric now. Background plane. I can't even see the background plane. So what's providing this like strong blue all around? Aw. Thanks, David. Yeah, support your friendly local streamer or something like that. Austin, my man. Thank you. Thank you. Is it just this? It is. All that blue is just coming from the environment. Okay. So where's our background plane? I want this to be darker. Maybe that's just good enough. Okay, I actually think we're gonna take this particles light. We're gonna duplicate it. We're gonna do large particles light, small particles light, large particles. That's just gonna hit the corner ones and not this. Let's do 13. We'll go to small particles light. That's gonna hit all the small ones. Whoa, that actually looks really cool. Something is lighting up these spiral particles that I do not want right now. I have to figure out what that is. But I think I can bump this up to like 7 and I'll be fine with that. But what's lighting up the spirals? Oh yeah, it's just the ring in the, it's just the light in the back. Well then I think, what do we want with that? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take these particles out. The small ring light is just gonna hit these. The small particles will hit these. This group. Spiral particles. I want you to hit this group. Is that working? different paper. Thank you so much for the follow. That's really awesome of you. Thank you. I wonder why I didn't get a Twitch notification of that. Or maybe I did and I just didn't realize it. Thank you. Alright, let's see. Oh, you know what? Actually, here's what we can do. Here is... Dude, paper with this Prime subscription? Man, thank you for the Bezos bucks. Thank you, dude. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. Thank you so much for the support. Let's see. Do you already have it? I don't know if there's something that I need to do to give it to you, but... Is that what the first is? Large particles light. Let's maybe make it a bit... Yeah. Is the badge an automatic thing, or is that like an honor that I bestow upon you? I had an idea. Ooh, actually, you know what? Here's what we can do, I think. If we had... Let's go back to our particles. I had this particles group. We can put them back on their respective things. So let's just do this here. This here. Or did I have... Hold on. Let me think. If I had that... No, I don't think that works. Unless... Okay, we'll figure this out in a bit. Moving on. Let's get to lighting the pedestal and the spikes with like the super crazy bright light. So I think with that, let's try this. We'll do an area light. Have it rotate down. Good. Pedestal light. Scene objects, we want to hit the pedestal, the spikes. Now let's see where we're at with this. Nothing. Increase the exposure. Make it super bright. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Let's move it up some. Okay, we want it to be like bright and glowy almost. What's with all this, like, other stuff, though? Too glowy. What is this? The smoke emitter. Okay, that shouldn't really matter. Just in case. Oh, there we go. That did matter, actually. Alright, definitely too bright. Too bright, too bright. Which cards do I want from Secrets of Strixhaven? That is a great question, Austin. Oh, Austin, sorry. That is a great question, David. Ooh, I want the... One of the cards I know I want is the, Let me find it. Grave Researcher. The prepared guy with Reanimate. I think that card is so cool. Hey, Bobby. Yes, we are. Good to see you, dude. Yep, we're working on lighting. Ooh, maybe, David. I'd prefer to not have foils, but I'm also not against them. But yes, that is a potential. How are you doing, Bobby? Kind of like this. Let's do 7.5. You want the Gucci car? Which one is that? The serialized emeritus? Dude, actually John, also from like, you know, the moonshot streams and stuff, and he hops in here every now and then, he pulled a serialized emeritus. I was like, oh my god, dude, that's crazy. No, not on stream. He bought a pack at his store and then opened it up like in the car or something. Okay. This is a maybe. Let's try something else. I want it to be as exact as possible. So let's take this. What if we were to take this pedestal mesh light? But let's How do you... Oh, what the heck? Yes. So right here, Bobby, I want this super strong glow along these areas. So right here, and then right here. Let's just see what happens if I take this mesh light. Pedestal. Okay, Maya. Okay, Maya. Oh yeah, I'm wanting to do 100% Maya. Like this is all digital. Or I don't know if it's digital and traditional, but I want to see how much I can try to do recreating it in Maya. But yes, taking it to Photoshop and getting these extra like effects, that's definitely the smarter and more efficient way. And I'll probably try to do that to mess around with Photoshop in that way on a future project. All right. Oh, come on. Hold on. 11:30. Okay, where were we at with this? Oh, interesting. Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up. Thank you, Bobby. I did not know that. Okay, we'll do front. Windows. Okay. Light linking. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I could see that. We can hide this dude. Alright, so let's see, where are we at? What's our pedestal light? It was this thing. Oh, okay, thankfully. I don't think we're too far back. Let's try to get our particles up and see how that looks. Okay, our particles are looking good. We can maybe drop this down a bit to like 5. Even more to like 3. This goes down to 6. Hey, Guy, welcome. Thank you so much for hanging out. Let's try even smaller. What did I do this weekend, David? So this weekend, Friday, I just kind of... What did I do on Friday? Dude, I don't even remember what I did on Friday. Friday was pre-release. That's right. Friday was a pre-release day. So, ooh, dude, I went Lorehold, went 3-0, and that felt so sweet. Oh, that was exciting. So there was that. And then, what else? Saturday, I hung out at home, kind of got some things ready for the stream, trying to also set it up on Twitch. So that was cool to get to. And then just kind of like chilled with Maxine, ran a few errands, and then we were watching some Walking Dead. And then Sunday, I went to my parents to help with some painting, because I'm doing some painting project for them. They're having me paint like a lot of the trim and like the doorways for their house. So at least they're like their first story. So like the kitchen, living room, family room. So that's been kind of an ongoing project. But yeah, and then after that, came back home, started watching more of The Walking Dead, and Maxine and I actually finished it. I think we started watching The Walking Dead at like the beginning of the year, maybe late last year, and we finally got through all 11 seasons of it, dude. And I'm surprised at how consistently good it stays. Guy, no, this is Maya. So I learned how to do all the stuff that I know on Maya. I tried out Blender once, but I had known too much Maya at that point, so I was like, I'm just gonna stick with Maya. What about you, Guy? Do you do any 3D? Oh my gosh, dude. And the end of Walking Dead had Maxine and I, like, not bawling, but we were definitely crying at a couple points. Because there was just, like, some really sad stuff, some really sweet stuff, some really bittersweet stuff. So it was a very emotional finale, but it was a good one. What was I doing? What was I wanting to do? Change the background. Or no, change this cloud. Let's see what passes. Yeah, I'm down for maybe just a little more. Yeah, that seems good. So there's that. We have this basically. Well, actually, what do I want? Let's go to you. Maybe make you a bit more. Okay, I like that. Let's go to you. Gee. Ooh, we're over halfway to our follower goal on Twitch chat. Thank you guys so much. That's sick. Ooh, it's happening. Thank you for the follow, Gee. That's really awesome of you. I really appreciate the support. Let's see, you were trying to make a box of this tabletop mini storage thing you want to make. Okay, that's cool. You tried out Blender just the other day. Nice. Were you following any tutorials or something to try to do that? What if I just make this white? What's that gonna look like? It doesn't really change anything. I'll keep that. What's this one? Dude, Blender does seem so cool though. Like, with how much you can do in Blender, I think there's so many options. I mean, of course, all 3D programs are like that, but it just seems like, especially over the past few years, Blender has gotten like way, way more powerful and capable. This here a little bit. I want this white center to be way more bright. I wonder. Let's save right now. You know, let's see what happens if we make it super bright. Nothing. If we break this. Also nothing, not much of a change. Okay. Alright, let's go back to trying to make this stone light. Now let's... Bright and glowy. Oh, you know what? Let's do... do we still have one of these? Alright, we're gonna duplicate this. Delete this. Delete that. Delete that. Raise this up some. Let's reduce this. Because why not? Let's again. Let's do 80. Seems fine for me. Okay. We're gonna reverse the normal so that the faces are pointing down instead of up like they previously were. Let's turn you into a mesh light. And now let's see how that looks. You. Do you still get the light? No. Oh. Well, actually, hold on. But what if I went over here? This one. Arnold. Primary visibility. Do I still get the light? I do. And then my model is hidden. Okay, I like that. I like that. You've been having ChatGPT help you. You're just such a noob. It's been rough. Dude, that's okay, Gee. Dude, 3D is a lot. Getting into it is like such an overwhelming process. But the more you stick with it, just like with anything, the better you'll get. So I think what's important is that you made that first step, and that's really cool. You know what? I actually think I just like this big pedestal light the most. It's not going to be exact, but I think we can get it close enough that I'll be content with it. You're out of odd questions, David. It's okay. If there's anyone that can think of more odd questions, it's you. I should start trying to think of odd questions to ask you. Okay, I like this level of brightness. I think that's pretty good. Let's give it a cooler temperature because that's kind of like a reference. Oh yeah, and just in case, Guy. So here's what we're making. I'm trying to recreate this Magic the Gathering art, Soul Ring, in 3D. So here's my main reference that I'm working off of. And I'm pretty much just trying to do as much of it in 3D as I can. Maybe a bit too cool. Our relationship is kind of one way. I guess a little bit. Yeah, David. Please forgive me. What am I gonna eat this lunch? I'm not sure. But I think at around 12:30, I'll probably call it for a lunch break. So in about half an hour, I'll go out on a lunch break, and then I'll be back. Guy, what made you want to try out Blender? Or just like try out 3D in general? What am I gonna eat for lunch? What am I gonna eat for lunch? Oh yeah, while I was painting yesterday, I had dinner at my parents', so I'll probably have leftovers that my mom gave me. Just like some baked chicken, sweet potato. Yeah, some baked seasoned chicken and some like a baked sweet potato. Ugh. You know what if we need you? Just these. Let's do a disc. What changed? Does this need to be even stronger for disc? No? Alright. Arnold, light, area light. Let's start from the beginning. We'll make you a disc. Okay, we're going to go into here. We'll call this the pedestal light. I have very specific things that I want it to light up. So just the pedestal and the spikes. What if I reduce the spread some? Even more. Ooh, that's cool actually. That's really cool looking. 0.11. What do you mean by that, David? Do a mug bank in chest. Oh. Do you think, are you saying like a mukbang? Oh, I see now. Okay, so you wanted to make a model to you wanted to make something to 3D print. Okay, that's cool. Sorry, I thought you meant strictly just like model something in 3D and then leave it as that. But no, that's very cool. Here, I did something similar. For a friend of mine, he commissioned me, here we go, to model a dice tower for him. So I modeled and sculpted this dice tower using Maya and ZBrush. You know, went through a lot of iterations. And it's turned out pretty cool so far. I would say we're like maybe 80-85% of the way there. He wants me to make adjustments to the interior. But yeah, but that was super sweet. Whoa, this is weird looking right up here. Oh, whoops. Oh, I don't have the setup for that, David. That would be so messy. It would be funny though. Okay, we want just the pedestal. What kind of minis? Guy? Are you a war gamer? Okay, I think I like this level of brightness. I think this needs to go just like up a bit more. We'll see. Actually, I think this just needs to go back more onto them. All right. Are we ready to get the smoke in here? Background plane, yes, sure. Don't need that. I don't think we need to light up the particle groups. You're also working on getting some RuneScape models 3D printed? Very cool. That's awesome. And you have to go through Blender for that? Okay. So you're wanting to model those yourself so you can get them printed? I think that would be really cool. Dude, Bobby, I think you should. Like, I think, I mean, you know so much more than I do, and I think at the very least, this stuff is like... I mean, 3D and watching a 3D process is just super interesting. So if you were to start something like that, I think it would be really cool. Pedestals light is fine. Small particles light, large particles. Okay. What would this look like if I hid this? makes this stand out more. Okay. I like the more obscured look of this. Slightly. Nina. Nina. Okay. Alright, I think. Huh. What do I think? What am I thinking? Actually. I think the main thing is I want this center portion to be much more bright, and I think I'm kind of missing that. And maybe that's because this right here is a bit too big. So what happens if I reduce the scale of this? What's that look like? If I make you really small. What if I hide you? It's not really changing anything. Oh, maybe because this light is still here. Huh. Hold on. Okay. What's going on? Okay, there's definitely something weird with this light then. Gee, there's a thing that you can grab the models from, so not too much has to be done. Oh, okay. Cool. That's cool. So you probably get the models from there, you use Blender to try to clean them up a little bit, and then you 3D print them? That's very cool. Have you managed to 3D print any so far? And how did they come out, if you did? What is going on with this? Is it the opacity from over here? Okay. Well, let's just try to create another one. Arnold, lights, or no, we'll create just a sphere. Mesh light. What's going on with this one now? Oh, okay, for sure. You haven't done yet? Right on, key. Dude, yeah, all this 3D stuff can be a very time-consuming process. David, how did I meet Maxine? Yes. So Maxine and I met through her older sister. Her sister and I used to go to high school together. And so we became friends, and then many years later, she invited me to a Halloween party, trying to get me to meet Maxine, because she knew we had a lot of shared interests. So then I met Maxine at the party, we talked, we had a really good time, and then we just kind of became friends from there. And then we hung out on and off for like a year or so. And then eventually, I asked her to start dating. That's how we met. Bro, what's going on with this? Yeah. So, we have her sister to thank. Light visible? Ooh, is that what I want? I think that's it. Do I not have that selected on this thing? Okay, very, very interesting. That is definitely what I'm looking for, but now to figure out how to make it not so crazy. I think this is where I go in with the opacity, change this to a ramp. Circular, let's see what that does for this. So maybe it's the light that needs changed. Oh, maybe I do this instead. What if I light not visible, but I show the original mesh, Okay, so we have the original mesh in the background. I go to that original mesh. I go to its texture. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. And then maybe the original mesh, I give it an emission. We're doing it. We're figuring it out. Oh my goodness. I am, yeah. I haven't hung out with her as much over the past few years, but we're still friends. Guy, yes, this is a soul ring from Magic the Gathering. I'm a huge Magic the Gathering fan, so I wanted to tailor my stream to doing like Magic fan art, but in 3D. So basically, I just find a card that I like or that I feel like is iconic, and then I try to do my best to recreate it using 3D. So here's my original reference. And yeah, and this is where I'm at with my model. Okay. So actually, what if we take this emission and then we put a ramp on it, and then we put a circular ramp, because we're just using circular ramps for everything. And then maybe we switch it up like this. Ooh, look at that. This one. This is also a ramp. Okay. Let me save a snapshot. This is what this looks like. Let me break the emission. Make a snapshot of that. Okay, so this is with... Actually, I like this more. We make you a bit smaller. How far along am I? I am very close, Guy. At least I feel like. I'm basically just working on setting up the lights. I'm super close. I'm adjusting lights right now. And then after that, I've got some smoke that I need to let populate. And then I feel like as soon as the lights are good, then we're there. So yeah, you kind of caught us right as we were finishing up the model. I think I should be able to finish it today. That's my hopes, at least. We've been working on this for a few weeks now. What's the UV look like for this dude? What's with that? Passing? No. Transmission? No. Mission? No. Bobby, I do have an HDRI. It's right here. I currently, what do I have it applying onto? I've got it hitting the pedestal, and the spikes primarily. So the HDRI is giving the pedestal like the cool greens and stuff right here. I thought about putting it on more, but like the ring, yeah, it's like too strong for other things. What's the next one, Guy? Actually, you know, I have two choices for the next one, potentially. One of them is called the Lorehold Charm. A new set for Magic the Gathering just dropped, so maybe a card from the new set. Or Arcane Signet, which is just another popular card in general. Actually, Guy, do you play Magic, or are you familiar? I don't want to name off these cards as if you don't know them already. But if you don't, then, you know, that's totally fine. And I'm happy to, like, let you know, just to give you more context on what they are. Yeah, David, it was nice. How did you meet your partner? Yeah, I kind of feel that too. You know what? Then let's do this. Ring HDRI. We could always do this. I think you're right, Bobby, in that the ring could use a little extra pizzazz. Yeah. 025. Oh yeah, we've got that nice little subtle coloring now. Okay, for sure, Guy. Then yeah, I think either between Arcane Signet or Lorehold Charm, but we'll see. David. Is that so, huh? Crazy high school. Oh, I read that you did all that in high school. Whoops. Wow, very intense way to meet. Okay, this is sweet. Thank you, Bobby, for the suggestion. I like the little bit of reflections that adds to it. I actually do think I like 2-5 though. That's... Oh, okay, that's cool. Alright, everyone, I'm going to take a brief half-hour break. Gonna go give Nina some lunch, hang out with her for a little bit, and then also I'm gonna get some lunch myself, and then I will be back at 1 p.m. my time, so just about half an hour. Alright, thank you guys so much. From there, I'm not gonna do a mukbang, David. That would be fun, though. But yeah, I will be back shortly, guys, so thank you so much. I'll talk to you soon. Alrighty, I am back, everyone. Thank you guys for your patience. I hope you all had a nice brief break. And actually, I thought of something kind of interesting while I was on break. Let's, the HDRI that I added to the ring, let's take it into Photoshop and then see if we can't blur it up a little bit. Streaming models, soul ring. It's fine. Ew. Probably Gaussian blur. Ooh, actually. Sure, let's do that. Blurred. We'll go back to Maya. We'll go back to our other HDRI. We'll replace this with the blurred one. Alright, and now we're kind of looking to see how that affects these reflections that are on the ring render. Huh, did that too much? I don't know. Cetera, it is. I think it did a little bit, but maybe. Actually, no, here's how we can tell. Let's create a screenshot. Okay. We're gonna switch back to the regular one and see how that looks comparatively. It's a little bit. What if we smudge? Alright, I think that smudging is causing Photoshop to freak out, so we'll come back to it. Let's check out where we're at. What did I want to do? What are the UVs of this like? these ones are that much anymore. We're gonna take this group, duplicate it, move it to over here. Where's the other one? We're gonna move these around. Okay, nice. Although this one is more of like that maybe. And then the green one is more like straight. Dude, Austin, nice. That's massive, man. Who all were you playing against? Like the players and commanders. That's big, dude. Okay, I like this. I think we're gonna extend this, make it more slim. And then this one, we are just going to make it more slim. I think the overall clouds could be a little bit more transparent. So we're gonna go back into our attribute editor, find the texture, maybe even more. That seems good. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. What do you have? What are you lighting? I don't want to light the... look at a few other HDRIs. See if we can find something more interesting. HDRI. HDRI. Indoor. Actually, this one might not be too bad. Let's see. You played against Nick, Honduran, Jake with Appa, Nat with Zedru, George with Kui, proxy of another card, Demir. Okay, no worries. You had Blood Chief Ascension in your opening hand. Ugh, waited until turn 7 to 8 to cast it. Dropped Mesmeric Orb, then played Singularity Rupture to board wipe and make them mill half their libraries. Dude, disgusting. Ugh, that's awesome. That's super sick. That sounds such a sweet way to take out the whole table. Right, you're just like, I've got it. Just don't bring any attention to myself, and surely. Do you ever watch Death Note? Do you know, like, Death Note memes and stuff? Actually, that one's really nice. Actually, hold on. Okay. You talking about what you did reminds me of a Death Note meme that Maxine and I like to quote so much. Oh gosh, the anime that I recommended a few weeks ago. Do you have any more context you could give me? Because I don't. I'm streaming on Twitch too. Bobby. At least I should be, assuming the Twitch channel is still doing okay. I was mostly streaming on Twitch or on YouTube, but I tried to set up a Twitch stream over the weekend. Very close. Let me find it. Oh, Austin, thank you for pinning the message. Man, I feel like such a boomer. Just being like, how do I find this? Well, here, you know what? Maybe I can do this. Twitch.tv/Patty one and only. If that works. Okay, I like this ring HDRI a lot. So let's see, where are we at with our render? We've got this, we've got this. Overall smoky look is great. We're gonna obsess over it one more time. What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? I want, here we go. Okay, we're gonna do Cloud Swirls 3. Cloud Swirls 4. What are we gonna do with this? We're gonna go into here. Cloud Swirls Texture 3, is this the one that I want? Yes. So we're gonna duplicate this shading network, edit, duplicate shading network. We're gonna apply that onto Cloud Swirls 4. And now what I want to do with this, hold on. We're going to have, no, not a file, but instead a ramp circular, reverse, we're gonna put this over the ring so it looks like it's just coming off of the ring. How's this look? Okay, okay. We have the right idea. Nice. I think I want this one to be bigger. The green one is okay. Okay, good character development, rich world building, and epic fights. Oh, probably Mob Psycho 100. I wouldn't say Mob Psycho has insane fights and incredible character development. The world building, it's alright. But Mob Psycho, like one of my top 5 anime. Bobby, thank you so much for the follow on Twitch, dude. I really appreciate it. Ooh, let's go. Thank you guys so much, dude. Honestly, you guys just hanging out with me like this, just it means so much, so really thank you. I think I want this to be a little smaller. Whoa. Oh. There we go. A little smaller. A bit too strong here. Hey, Swalian, you too, dude. Oh, with the Bezos bucks. Thank you, dude. That's awesome. Oh, thank you so much. Man, you guys are too awesome. Thank you. Actually, Austin, when you just subscribed, did you see a notification pop up on Twitch? Or on my stream or anything? That would be something that I want to be mindful of and I want to try to set up. I might have set that up for YouTube. Okay, for sure. Well, I'm sure it would have played the sound too. I need to look into that though. Actually, you know what? What if I were to turn you into a mesh light? I'm just curious. Not exactly what I'm looking for. Okay. Actually, I think with this being as bright as it is now, let's take my spirals, make them a little more opaque. Maybe a bit too much. Well, actually, it's kind of interesting. No, a bit too much, a bit too much. Okay, so we have our blue ring glow overall. We have that. We have our particles in the back here. We have these. We have our shiny. Yep, I like that. I like it. All right, let's kind of refresh the scene. And now we'll make the. Oh gosh, I'm so worried about how this is going to turn out with the smoke. But let's add the smoke, and then we'll let the scene run for a little bit. And we'll see how it turns out. Actually, you know what? I think what we should do is let's give these particles a little bit of time to populate in the scene. So we're gonna open up our graph. Windows, plugin manager, where's Bifrost? We'll start frame on 60. So our smoke should start appearing on frame 60. Our end particles appear right at the start. Okay. Oh, dude, Austin, did I tell you, or did you hear from the group? I went 3-0 in pre-release on Friday, man. Ooh, I'm so stoked about that. I'm still riding the high. Oh, also, while you guys, since I've been streaming to like YouTube and Twitch, how is the quality on both of them? Like, was there a noticeable dip in YouTube? And is Twitch looking okay? Right on. Thanks, Austin. David, thank you. Wow. You too. Man, these Bifrost particles are chugging away at my system. I might have to lower the fluid size. I think that's the thing. But we've been running it for like 16 frames, maybe 17. We'll see. What do we have so far? Dude. Oh my goodness. Man, that is looking cool. It's looking so cool. Thank you, Bobby. Lower the density in the shader. With that, so when you say shader, do you mean like... I get what you mean now, yeah. So check it out. Well, actually, how do you do that in the shader? Right now I have an Arnold on it. Oh, just right here? Let's do it to... We'll try. 0.5. Let's take a snapshot. I have a lot more wind on it, so I want to try to let it run more than 15 frames to like actually get the wind influence. But man, is it looking so cool. Oh, be right back. 1 second. Thank you for that density tip. I think that looks nice. Let's check that out. Yeah. Let's try even lower. 0.15. Ooh, yeah. What does the transparency section do? Where's that? I have never messed around with that, so I'm not sure, Bobby. But we can find out together. Oh, here, let's look at these. Transparent. Additional control over the density of the volume to tint the color of volume shadows and objects seen through the volume. It's a lot of volume. Right, transparent depth. Additional control over the additional control over the density of the volume to control the depth into the volume at which the transparent color is realized. What if it's all at one? Oh, okay. It does just make it more transparent. The density of the volume with low density, resulting in thin volumes and high density in thick volumes. Acts as a multiplier on the density channel. So what if I did this at 1? And then I increased the transparency to like 0.5. I guess it's like a similar thing. I haven't named some of these, which is really foolish of me. Green, small texture. Small texture. Close that for now. This, and then thinner. I do like the length though. Hey, Vileplume, welcome back. Thanks for joining again. Maybe not as thin for this guy. Okay, I actually think I generate enough particles that we can go back. We're gonna open up the bigraph or bifrost graph again. And then we're just gonna have it start at frame 1. I think there's enough end particles that get created too that that's not that big of a deal. Ooh, Vileplume, that is a good question. What Pokemon do I think is overhyped? Oh, God. Let me run this, generate the smoke. I don't know how long it's going to take. Hopefully we can make it to 60 frames in not too much time, and that'll get like the wind blowing aspect of it. And while we do that, let's think about what Pokemon I think is overhyped. Let's see, what are some of the most popular ones? Of course, there's Pikachu, Charizard, Gengar, Eevee, bro, I can really only think of things from the perspective of like who's popular in like Gen 1. Lucario, super popular. Oh, actually, you know what? I feel that too, Vileplume. I actually totally agree with you with that. Like, Gengar's cool, but I wish it was more ghosty looking. Like, I think Ghastly and Haunter look so much cooler than Gengar. Oh, okay, a Pokemon I think is overhyped. The dragon, or the water dude, with like the fish missiles, the stealth bomber Pokemon. Like, I think for a Pokemon design, it's silly. If it was a Digimon, that'd be pretty cool. I also don't like Mimikyu very much. I think... I don't know, I think... Like, I think it's cool to have a ghost Pokemon that mimics, like, other Pokemon. But the fact that it mimics Pikachu is, like, too meta. Because it's like, Pikachu is, like, insanely popular in our world. But in the actual Pokemon universe, I don't know if Pikachu has that like same level of popularity. So it's like, it's weird when you think about it from that perspective. That's true. I actually never really thought about how similar Gengar and Clefable look. You know, my guess is sometime during the design, they had Gengar and Clefable like closely linked in some way, but then they just decided to make them separate Pokemon. That's really the only thing that makes sense to me. As to why they would look so similar. They could have. That's actually a really cool idea, Vileplume. Like if at some point Clefairy could have become a ghost type or become Clefable. That would be cool. Alright, let's see. That's a good point. They do. Maybe they wanted to do more, though. Gosh, now that I think about it, is Eevee the only split evolution Pokemon in Gen 1? Because Gen 2, what did they introduce? Vileplume and Blossom. And then, of course, Umbreon and Espeon. But then what else did they have? There's at least one more. No, Onyx turned into Steelix. Hitmontop becoming Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee. Or wait, no. Hold on. I think I'm forgetting that. Hitmontop is a third one, right? No, he's the baby. He becomes one of the two. No, you're good, Vileplume. I knew what you meant. There was Politoed and Poliwrath, Slowbro and Slowking. There we go. And it was Tyrogue. There we go. He turns into Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, and Hitmontop. Okay, okay. It's kind of coming back to me now. Okay. Alright, we're at 40 frames. Let's see how the smoke is going. Oh gosh, Pokemon that are underrated? Dude. Let me see. Actually, you know what? Taurus. That's one of the Pokemon. As a kid, I loved Taurus because I thought it was just like... Because bulls are cool. But I feel like it never got any love. Like, it feels like almost all the Pokemon from Gen 1 got, like, an evolution of some kind at some point. But Taurus never really did. So I would say that one's up there. Let me look at some Gen 2 Pokemon. No, they seem fine. Let me look at some Gen 3s. This is getting me in the mood to play Pokemon. Yeah, I would say Taurus. And I mean, I feel bad for one-off Pokemon. Like Love Disc and Relicanth. They're just kind of there, and then nothing else happens with them. Tropius, for example, too. Like, it feels like Pokemon that only have, like, a single form, like they don't evolve into or from anything, are just, like, so quickly disregarded. Oh, regional form. I guess that counts for something. Okay, let's check out. Ooh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Even then, I still stand by like Taurus. Also, just like single evolution Pokemon, I feel like they're mostly disregarded by the fandom. Man, is this it? Okay, I think we're super close. Still just like this. This right here, I'm not satisfied with. But I think apart from that, I am super, super happy with how it's turning out. So I think we might mess around with that a bit more. Let's make this a bit brighter. No, that's a bit much. Well, actually, you know what? Let's take this cloud. We're gonna take one of the vertexes. No, the vertices. Let's take maybe like this one. Hey, give me the vertice. Give me that vertice. We'll wait until it's done running. That's true. I agree with that. Like, middle evolution Pokemon feels like they don't get much recognition either. Probably just because they're like, alright, the starter's awesome, the ending is awesome, and then the other one is just there to get you to go from starter to the end. Bro, come on, just give me this vertex, please. Oh my god, why is this not selecting? Alright, HDRIs, you are becoming pesky. HDRI 1. Oh. They're both on here, that's fine. HDRIs. That's why I had it where I couldn't select them. I'm silly. There we go. What if we warped it some like this? Okay, okay. Austin, what's up, man? Thank you. Dude, isn't that sick looking? Let's see. Vileplume. Swadloon is a good Pokemon. It would have been amazing if the evolution line stopped there, but no, why not? Just ruin the line. Swadloon. I have to look that one up. The inclusion of smoke is making my system chug so hard, though. Okay, I like this. I like this. We'll go here. Hey, Jimmy. How's it going, bro? Wait. Wait, you might be onto something. Can I just hide the smoke right now and then mess around with things and then just bring it back where it's at? Oh my gosh, Vileplume. You're a genius. I am gonna have to turn the smoke on again, but I can at least hide it for now. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Austin. I really appreciate it, man. I'm glad you've been here to watch so much of it, you know? It's been really cool. I'm happy to get to, like, I don't know, just, like, show the process to people, too, and go through it together. Let's see how that looks. I think we can move some things around, too. I like that. Let's take... Oh, there we go. Let's take this one and maybe move it up a bit more. I think this blue glow is adding a lot. but we can make it a little bit more transparent. Yeah, that's looking good. Okay, now I would say the main thing I don't like right now, and then I think we're there, is just, hold on. Maybe that's, no, over here. Make this purple one a bit more transparent, I think. Oh, wrong one. This purple one a bit more transparent. I think I duplicated them, so this is going to be down here. We're going to go here, right here. Select this one, make this a bit more transparent. Okay, I think that's good. And now this light. This, I don't like this corner light, so we're gonna figure out what to do with that. Oh, thank you. I completely forgot. I appreciate you reminding me, Vileplume. Swadloon. I got very focused on this. And what do you say about Swadloon? It's a good Pokemon. It would have been amazing if the evolution line stopped there. What's the evolution line? It goes this, this, to this. I can see what you're saying, yeah. I think I don't mind that it evolves some more, but looking at this Pokemon, Leavanny, I wish it wasn't like bipedal. I think they should have. I mean, I guess I don't know what they should have done, but this one seems off. They could have done something far more interesting. Alright, Austin, quiz time. What monocolor or colorless deck in our big pod do I think wins the most? And which monocolor or colorless deck wins the least? Well, from my experience, any monocolor deck that Jacob is playing wins the most. Either that or maybe Scott's Slicer deck. Which one wins the least? Probably my mono black deck. I do agree with that, Vileplume. Swadloon is crazy cute. I don't know, something about it reminds me of Sunkern. Alright, let's see what we can do about this little guy in the corner. Oh, what color? Okay, ooh. Dude, I don't even know who has monocolored decks, really. I feel like I don't end up playing most, or against most monocolored decks. Or I guess I should say, I feel like I don't play against very many monocolored decks. I would well, Well, actually, Scott had mono black for a bit. But, like, going up against Jacob, I've only ever played against his Azami and his Appa deck. I don't think I ever played your Adeline when you had it. I've played against Scott's Slicer, but I can't think of any other mono reds. I would say mono blue or mono red probably win the most. And then mono black probably wins the least. I think so. I think it's the eyes too. Vileplume. Alright, let's see. Where is it? Where's that thingy? We need just this one right here. The light shines, even though the star is gone. What do I want to do with this? Alright, we're taking off this opacity. What does it look like with that off? Okay, does it have emission? Yes, it does. Let's turn off emission too. Okay. Why is it just black like that though? I guess because there's probably nothing shining on it. What if I turned on omission? What if I gave the omission a ramp? Let's just see how that looks. Let's turn off specular. We don't, we'll turn off roughness. What's specular like? What if we just turn off color? What's that look like? What if we start turning on opacity? Yeah, exactly. Dude, Maxine and I have watched that movie so much. She's watched that movie at least 10 times. She can quote so much of it. I've watched it like maybe 5 times. It's really good. If you ever played Gen 5 Pokemon, you will give Swadloon an Everstone and don't care if the stats improve. Okay. Yeah. Just be like, no evolving for you. I'm going too far in that direction. What if from here I turn this into a mesh light? Oops. Where is the thingy? what if I made the light visible? I mean, it's like... I mean, it's... What if I... I don't know what any of that is. I don't want any of that. Okay. Can I put a ramp on the exposure? What does that do for me? See you, Vileplume. Have a good day. Let's see, Austin. Multicolor, Bant, and Grixis have the highest win percent. Interesting. Let's see, who has a Bant deck? I mean, maybe Chulane. I can't really think of any other Bant decks in the pod. Grixis. That's definitely you. Abzan, okay. You wish you cared about anything as much as another person in the other chat cares about swaddling. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Vileplume loves his Pokemon. But yeah, it sounds like he would die for for Swaddling. Hey, David. Yeah, she is. I want the brightness this brings. But where's the light shine? I lost it. Oh, right here. In mesh. Light shine shape. That would be this. I think even... Yeah, that's not that big of a deal. I think I need to find a way to make the light... oh. You know what? Let's look this up. How to make Arnold mesh light transparent. What happens if I do that? No change. Opaque under the shape. No.
Nature here is vile and base. I would see asphyxiation and choking and fighting for survival and just rotting away. Of course, there's a lot of misery.
Apply a shader with transmission.
Misery, and the birds are in misery. I don't think they sing, they just screech in pain. But it is the same misery that is all around us.
I can do that. Huh. Alright, that didn't do what I was wanting. Maybe what does the intensity do for me? No, that doesn't really do what I'm looking for either. Huh. That's a great question, Bobby. What am I trying to do? Okay. Okay, so when this right here is not a mesh light,
Taking a close look at what's around us, there is some sort of harmony. The harmony of
I get this kind of like gray circle, right? I mean, it has a texture on it. The texture is just white, and that's it.
admiration. It is not that I hate it, I love it. I love it very much. But I love it against my better judgment.
And the problem is, it's not bright enough for me. Like, I want it to be more bright. Like, pretty much as bright as a mesh light without actually making it a mesh light. Because, like, I want this to look like a glare. Or, like, a really bright spot like this. Okay, Austin. Oh, most of the bant is coming from Bumbleflower. Okay, that makes sense. Wait, who has Bumbleflower? Oh wait, you just said right under that. I should keep reading. Jake and Kyle both played for a bit. Okay, for sure. And then Tulane's the other half. That's what I was thinking. Why are the attributes grayed out at the base? That's a great question, Bobby. They weren't like that before. But you know what? Maybe that's just a sign. Let's just start over with that. Or not start over, but let's hide this. We're just going to create another sphere. Put it where I would want it. Roughly. Alright, what's that look like? moving planar map a Y. It's fine for me. Yeah, I should have just done a disc. I was gonna put a ramp to the opacity on a sphere. I don't know why I thought of doing a sphere. But you know, to that point, we'll just... Okay, there we go. We're just gonna put a Lambert for now. Light, shine, texture. No, you know what? We're gonna do... ramp, 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 ramp. Alright, what's this look like right now? Whatever shining on it is causing it to be so bright. I mean, honestly, maybe that was the problem. Maybe I just didn't have like a good enough thing shining on it. A radial gradient ramp. Wait, is that different than what I already applied onto it? Oh, radial. Let's, what do I want shining on this? Whoa. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Circular ramp. Yep. Yep, so far so good. So like if I add an emission on it. No. Yeah, maybe I just didn't have something good enough shining on it. Let's see what different light's affecting it look like. No. Not quite, but what if I turn this into an emissive now? A little better. a good idea. Let's turn off the shadows to shadow. Would it look better if I had multiple lights on it? Dude, Austin, he was. Grandpa Robotnik was such a poo-poo head, man. Yo, wait, maybe if I did this one. Like, man, what an evil manipulator. Right? I genuinely felt so bad for, like, Robotnik. Bro, you know, maybe I should just give it its own light and then call it a day. Actually, not. I kind of like that. Let's maybe make it like, bring it down some. If you want a little brighter in the middle, duplicate it, scale it down. Oh. Hold on, so like, duplicate this. Actually, let's just see what it's like if I just duplicate it straight up. Hold on. Hold on. What if? What if? What is this? I think duplicating them and then overlaying them was definitely like a good call. Thank you, Bobby. Wait. I actually think this is exactly what I want. And now you can see like the subtle rim of the ring going through it. Ooh, dude, you're huge. Thank you, man. Ooh, okay. Let's see what happens if we make these spirals just a scooch more transparent. Oh yeah, that looks good. Okay. Okay, actually, Bobby, another question. Is there a way to light link just particles? So like if I go to light-centric light linking, I just choose any one of these lights, okay? Small particles light. We'll do large particles light. Well, hold on. Let me see if this gets me what I'm looking for. Basically, there are a ton of particles that are in here, in the circle, that are emitting off of these spirals. And I want a much brighter light on them to make them more visible. The thing is, I have those particles childed to the spirals that they're emitting from. So I don't know if there's a way to like just shine on the particles, because whenever I try to click on that, like it doesn't light up. So basically, I want to light link just the particles and not the spirals that they're emitting from. Is there a way to do that? Let's bring the smoke back and then see what that's looking like right now. Look at that. Look at that. With the smoke, too. Okay. Well, maybe I'm just mistaken then, because it feels like whenever I try to click on the particles, or maybe I'm expecting it to light up and it's not, and that's what's throwing me off. So we're going to practice that with like another light. We're going to duplicate this one. Particles, light, test. We're going to unselect everything. Okay, we're going to show everything that I do want, which is going to be end particle 12. I'll click on it. End particle 11. I'll click on it. Let's make this brightness super ridiculously high. And let's see if that does anything for us. Okay, and we're also going to hide the smoke again. No, this thing isn't casting shadows, so that shouldn't block it. I mean, maybe these things casting shadows? Yeah, I don't see them as much as I would like. But, I mean... They are end particles. They started off as end particles, and then they were instanced. So I don't know if that means anything for what I'm trying to accomplish. Actually, let me choose the particle that they were instanced off of too. Maybe that does something. No. But maybe Maybe if I just have a stronger light on these. Oh. Is it because I selected these? Yes. What happens if I just select these? Yeah, I don't know. Ooh, object-centric. Object-centric, click the objects and turn off. Ooh, okay. Wait. What if I go into here, into the end particle itself, and then I click on a light? Huh, that doesn't work. Weird. Okay. But to your suggestion, Bobby, I think I can just click on the object. We'll give them another light. Like this. And then we'll just like reduce the brightness by a bunch. So we can still make them like more bright. Or like at least stand out more. Let's see if that'll work. It will, but I want it to be less. Lesser still. What's this? What's this shine on? We're changing this to light centric. Okay, just the particles. We'll make it kind of blue. Not as strong. I think let's do something interesting here. We're gonna go to those particles. We're gonna change the instance scaling. We're gonna do 0.25 to 0.6. That should be okay, I think. Then we're going to do the same for this one. 0.1 to 0.5. We're going to make you even smaller. 0.4, 0.05. Alright. Let's... Particles... Emitter... Let's do 1,000. Because I want a lot on the inside. Let's do 500. Alright, let's run it without the smoke. Okay, I like that. Okay, yeah, Austin, you're right. Yeah, Grandpa, a Robotnik, did have to be, like, really reprehensible. It did make regular Robotnik's big moment, like, hit so much harder, though. What if? Cool. Nina. Meow. 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 Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. What if... Okay, we're trying something else. We're gonna hide this. Let's make a cone. Okay, we're gonna turn this cone into a mesh light. We are not gonna show the original mesh. We're gonna make it so where this only lights on the particles that we're looking for. Corner shine. 02. 01. Dude, that's a great part. Dude, their whole fight is so funny. It's so juvenile, but every time they stick, like, every time you watch it and, like, you know, they take out Elder Robotnik by like poking him with the hedgehog quill, and it makes the fart noise. It's so funny, dude. I crack up at that part where it's just like. I think this is it. By golly, I think we've got it. I don't want this to cast shadows. Goodness, I think we're just about there. I don't know how to do that, Bobby. I wasn't sure if... Is that something I can just click on a... I guess that's this, right? These blends? Okay, okay. I guess I just didn't want to mess too much around with them because they had so many things linked to them. You know, I actually think I'm digging where it's at right now, Bobby. But thank you, that's a good suggestion. I'll have to mess around with like the particle shaders at some point in a future project. But I think I am quite pleased with where this is at. Maybe we can... Alright, let's bring the smoke back. We'll save. unhide the Bifrost, and then kind of keep running it, and then maybe we can get to like... This is going so much quicker. Why? I don't know. But it's looking good. Now maybe we make this first cloud swirl slightly a scooch more transparent. If I can. Good enough. Let's see. Austin, similar to how the 80s had a huge comeback in the 2010s, you feel they were trying to force 90s stuff next, but it was super cliche and forced. But Sonic 3 had just enough stupid humor to feel like some 90s content and did it right. Felt like Sonic, felt like the cartoons, felt like Jim Carrey. It was 90%. It was clean and 90s vibes. You know what? I totally agree. Like, both Maxine and I weren't really feeling the first two movies, but then the third one we were like, this one is phenomenal, dude. Like, this one slaps. Just the third one hit different, and it hit so good. Let's add denoiser optics, I think. All right, guys, let's go back over it. So what do you guys think? Are there any adjustments or changes that you see that could be made? If not, then I think I'm ready to try to get a full render going on. Oops, my bad. Maybe I can, hold on, sorry. Let's try to make this a bit bigger. There we go. No, I think this is... please, keep it going, Austin. I think this is so fun. Knuckles has always been your favorite and was reduced to comic relief. And everyone else failed. Give Knuckles something heroic to do. So that's sad, but you're not complaining to have 3 decent live action. Yeah, I get what you mean. Like... I mean, Knuckles had a lot of really funny moments in Sonic 3. But that being said, it felt like he could have been given more. Yeah, Austin, what do you think? We need any changes, any adjustments? I think maybe a scooch. We could go to cloud 4. Change the opacity a little bit. Oh, whoops, no. We want to bring this back. Okay, it's a damn fine replica. I don't know, I guess I've been working on it for so long, it feels weird to be like, I guess it's done. But then again, this is like one of those things where I could always find something to keep tweaking. But it's also just like, how much more time do I want to spend just to get like a 5% more improvement? Alright, we'll save. And now this is like 740 by 540, because that's like roughly the same ratio as a magic card, or like same, yeah, like the same, like, you know, 2.5 by 3.5 ratio. So let's like maybe jump it by 2, so maybe like go to 520. Now let's render this out. Okay, so this is 1474, like 1080. Okay. Thank you, Austin. I feel like whenever I do modeling in 3D, I get super obsessive over like accuracy. So much so that it can sometimes be a detriment. Actually, hold on. I want to do something. We're going to... I don't really want this to intersect just in case, so we're going to scoot this back some. Yeah, and Bobby, thank you so much for hopping on all this time. Just like hanging out and giving me some tips and suggestions. That's been so helpful, man. Whoa. That was weird. Yeah, it's been super great catching up with you too. Who needs Photoshop when you can just spend an unnecessary amount of time in 3D? Master of Keys, now that's an idea, dude. Now let's see, what are... So the ones I was thinking of next. So if we wanted to go... If we wanted to keep up with the Secrets of Strixhaven vibe, just because that set just came out, I was thinking maybe Lorehold Charm to commemorate my 3-0 victory in pre-release. Or just a regular Arcane Signet. Oh no, definitely. That's so true. I mean, if I really want to like kick this up a notch, I agree, Bobby. I would want to take it to Photoshop. I would want to composite it. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I probably should have done through compositing. But it's like, for me, I'm like, I'm good with where I got this. But no, especially with teaching, like you want to teach those students like compositing and the whole process, not just relying on 3D for everything, because you can save so much time just learning how to do Photoshop and things like that, and just like to push your renders that way, mess with values and contrasts and all that. But yeah, let's see. What was I thinking? Oh yeah, Austin. So, regular Arcane Signet, Lorehold Charm, kind of open to suggestions too, as long as it's not like crazy character models for the time being. Yeah, that's right, Bobby. But yeah, I mean, it wouldn't hurt for me to just like take this into Photoshop and like push it or like tweak it just to mess around too. So I always have it to mess around with. But yeah, thank you. This was a lot of fun to do. I hope... I mean, I'm just going to jump right into the next one tomorrow, but I hope the next one takes a little bit less time. I kind of took my time doing this one, and it was like 4 weeks of work. I don't know, like maybe not a full 20 streams, but like maybe like 16 or something. I definitely want to do it in like half to basically like a model every 2 weeks, I think is a nice rate to try to push for. Okay. Okay, run the denoiser. Actually, you know what? Actually, Bobby, when you render, do you adjust any of the render settings? Like the AA or like any of that stuff? Or do you just keep it at default? Like, I feel like I'm getting a lot of noise in my render. Like, as you can see here. Actually, let's save it and see what it looks like. Pictures, stream pictures, Soul Ring render. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of noise. Okay, so yeah, let's try to... We'll do that then. Thanks, Bobby. Let's try this to 4. Maybe we'll just bump it all up by a little bit. Do you just keep the adaptive sampling as is, just at like 20? You know, let's bump it up to 5. Bro, I bet this is gonna take so long. Let's check rendering that. Hold on. Nope. We're gonna tweak some things. I think I want the ring to be... I'm kind of going back and forth, so... I'm going back and forth between the two just to compare them. And I think what I'm going to do is like just use this to tweak it a little bit more. I'm going to make the ring maybe a little more rough. Actually, no, we're going to drop this to 4. What else? I think I didn't really see the particles in here. I think I could rotate this more up to the corner. Yeah. Yeah. Where's the corner emitter? Oh my god, Maya, please. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, Maya. It's gonna be okay. I have faith, Bobby. I have faith. It's gonna be okay. I've been saving, so before each render I've been saving, so it's alright. Yeah, last save was at 308, so I'm okay with that. That's basically right before I like tweak the settings. So let's see, what did I do? I wanted to change this corner and kind of rotate it a bit. Like, maybe not as much like that. Move it here. Take the ring. Give it a little more roughness. Let's check out our render settings. Okay, I had already tweaked these. I turned on the adaptive sampling. Okay, that's fine. Let's save again. Now let's render. What's going on here? Bifrost. Oh, okay. I need to run it again for the Bifrost. Okay, Bifrost. I should probably, what do you call that? What do you call it when you take particles? There we go, cache it. Yeah, I should cache them. Actually, Bobby, can you go over caching with me right now? Cache playback. Do I let it run and then I click cached playback preferences? No. Oh, in Bifrost there's caching. Okay. What's this? Disable, enable, optimize, create rig, Bifrost browser, Bifrost graph editor. Oh, you know what? It's probably up here. FX, Bifrost. Oh, wait, no. Compute and cache. Compute and cache disk. Huh. Okay, we'll mess around with caching. What's this rotate do? Let's change this to like, what? 90 is fine. It's not like I'm gonna get that far, but still. Oh, okay. So Bobby, to cache, do I start at frame 1 and then hit cache, or do I have to let this run first and then hit cache? Okay. I'm gonna need to to check out some of my hard drives to make sure I have enough space for caching. Mm-hmm. Hey, bestie! How are you? It's been a while. Wow, you caught us right at like the tail end of the process. Right now, we have our volumetrics, we have our particles, we've got our lights, we've got our models and textures. So right now, we're just kind of like waiting for the smoke to populate, and then we can try to render. But here, let's show you a test render so you can see what we got. This was my test render. And then comparing that to regular, oh. Well, that's my new profile picture, or like my project. Trying to work on some thumbnails, but yeah. Thank you. Dude, it's turned out so stinking cool. This has been a ton of fun. Pretty indistinguishable, you know. Pretty soon Wizards is gonna come up to me and be like, "Oh, Patrick, please, we would love you to do art for this new Magic the Gathering set. We saw your 3D and it looks amazing. It would be honored for you to work with us." Or an honor. And be like, "Yes, I'm sure it would. And for you guys, I think I can do that." But yeah, I'm glad to hear you're doing okay. Hope everything's been alright. I've been doing very good. Very busy. Just chugging away along at this project. Glad to see that the finish line is like super, super close. Yeah, it's like, okay, I guess if you insist, you know. If you're gonna twist my arm that hard, then sure. Oh my gosh. Have you gotten any Strixhaven yet? Or did you play during pre-release? Alright, we've gone through 30 frames. I think we can try to pump out a render and see what happens. You did? Wait, yes to both? You got some Strixhaven and you played in pre-release? Alright, the smoke does make Maya run very slow, so just kind of waiting for things to, like, catch up. Alright, where was this light at? This cone light. I think I had made it brighter before the crash, so let's see. I did, but you know what? Actually, we can bump this to there. Ugh, not 500, please. Alright, let's save. Let's check out my render settings. Set individual light samples to 3. You know, let's just see how this works out. My last render also had like a lot of noise which is what I'm hoping to get rid of by by adjusting the render settings. Okay, it's getting there. Okay, you took a sick day from work because of a dumb migraine? Ooh. Well, I'm glad you're feeling a lot better, though. That's nice. No, especially, like, that rest is important, so good. I hope that helped a lot. But yeah, thank you so much for taking the time to hang out, even though you had the migraine. I really appreciate that. You got your pre-releases but haven't opened them yet? Okay. Ooh, he picked up 3 collecty boosties? Dude. Wee woo banger alert. Dude, you guys got a silver scroll Force of Will? That's nuts. Oh my gosh. What a hit. That's so sick. Dude, I swear, everyone I know that has gotten collector boosters, it's all been absolutely cracked. Like, that's crazy. I'm in a Discord with John, who like pops on like the stream every now and then, my stream and the card opening stream. And then he ended up getting a serialized Emeritus in just like a random collector booster he bought. Like, I was like, dude, no way. Oh my god. Dude, Amanda, that is an insane hit. Congratulations to you guys. That's nuts. Dang, that's crazy. It all must have been getting, like, snapped up so quickly. Well, maybe you hopefully you guys can find something in, like, big box or, like, big stores like Target, Walmart, Best Buy when the set officially releases. But yeah, I guess people are hunting those packs down at LGS's. Oh, I know, that's such a tough call, right? I mean, I feel like a Force of Will would go great in Maryland, because why not? Yeah. Or, do you guys happen to have a Micro Center around you? Like, they have a ton of product, and they're really good at, like, limiting how much they sell. So that's an option. Once pre-release day hits. Oh man, this render is going to take so long. Yeah, okay. Good luck. I hope you guys manage to find some more. And also the Codex bundles have yet to come out. Those at least have one, but I know you're paying like much more for the booster packs and the play boosters and the collector booster. I think those come out mid-May. There was a delay or something for them. That's crazy. I mean, gosh, is it even worth having so many sets a year if all the product always gets delayed? Because I feel like there were delays for Lorwyn, there may have been delays for TMNT, and now there's delays for Strixhaven. Like, that's crazy. Very interesting. Okay. Yeah, I can't imagine how much of an impact those delays have on some LGSs too. That's awesome, dude. I think Hobbit's gonna be sweet. Marvel, I mean, I'm sure it'll have some cool singles, but I'm not as stoked. Oh, right on, Austin. You have a great night too, dude. Thank you so much for hanging out today. I'll be posting the final image, like, I don't know, on my socials or in the group chat or something, so keep an eye out for that. I might be able to, but I'm not sure yet, so we'll see. But in the meantime, thanks for hanging out, dude. Always appreciate seeing you. Hope you have a good night. See ya. Oh, it's gonna be so cool, I'm sure. And I bet there's gonna be such insane special guests, because there better be. I feel like that's the only way we'll get a reprint of the One Ring, as a special guest or something, but who knows. I mean, they could be cool and just make it the bundle promo. You might as well just, like, put it in the hands of as many people as you can. The next one, Bobby, let's see. I managed to trade for one when they were super cheap, so I'm very happy about that. Lore hold. Ksenia Kim. Maybe one of those two, Bobby? Amanda, if you have any suggestions on what card I could try to make fan art of next, I'm definitely open. Yeah, Amanda, Marvel is next. I think that's in June. So I think it's like June is Marvel, August will be Hobbit, and they're probably going to have something for Gen Con around that time. Like some sort of Gen Con Hobbit collab type of thing. August. I guess October would be Reality Fracture, and then December is Star Trek? Something like that? Oh yeah, this is chugging away. We're at 8 minutes and 0% rendered, so this is probably something that I'll have to, like, just step away from and come back to. Bobby, what do you think of those two? Alright, Lorehold Charm it is. The set for this card just came out, so I think this would be like a really fun time to capitalize on the card. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, I feel like for this, I could just model the shield in parts. Like model half of it, duplicate it. There's the shield. It looks like the shield is breaking apart. Or like getting shattered. So I could definitely like maybe put some just like plain behind it, or like in between the pieces of the shield, and like turn that into a mesh light or some sort of emissive. Just a plain with a random ground texture for that. Some random stone pillar columns in the background that I just try to obscure, maybe with like the camera depth. Yeah, I think I'll do this. I think I'll do Lorehold Charm. It should be fun. I think the main thing is to make it really, is to try to really sell the idea that this shield is getting destroyed. Just going off of like what the card's effect is. And also, it's to honor the fact that, Amanda, I went 3-0 in pre-release with Lorehold. So that was sick. I went to a smaller store. I had intended on choosing Witherbloom as my class to go with, but where I was sitting with a bunch of other people, we just couldn't hear our names get called to go pick up our pre-release kit. So by the time we did go up to get our pre-release kits, Witherbloom and Silverquill were all already like snapped up. So I didn't get to go Witherbloom, but I went Lorehold instead. I built what I thought was going to be a not very good deck, but it turned out it was very, very solid. Like, it was just chock full of synergy. It didn't really have any bombs, but it just had like a ton of the flashback leaving graveyard synergies, and then a lot of card advantage and a lot of removal. So I just like kept having resources, kept having answers, and was able to grind opponents out. And then I went 3-0 ultimately, and it was really cool. I was like so surprised. It was like such a fun pre-release, and I think also like, I don't know if you've ever felt this, like some of the best Magic that I feel like I've ever played, where it's just like every decision I made felt like it was the right one. Like there was so many like different ways it could have worked out, but it was just like, okay, out of all this, I solved the puzzle, and it was really cool. Let's keep looking at this reference too. Okay. Okay. No, that's okay. All good, Amanda. How much of that did you hear or not hear? Or I guess what's the last thing you heard? I want to see if I can find an even better, like, higher quality picture. I mean, this gets me, like, what I need, but still. Okay. That's funny. Oh no, you're totally cool, Amanda. No worries. But yeah, so Friday, pre-release. I ended up going Lorehold because Silverquill and Witherbloom were just unavailable. By the time I went up to pick up my stuff, or like my kit, all they had left were the other 3 schools. So I went Lorehold, thought I built a not very good deck, and it was just so chock full of like synergy, card advantage, and removal that it just ended up working out, and I went 3-0. So it turned out super sick. No. I think the best thing I got was like Professor Delian Fell, the Witherbloom Planeswalker, which is not bad. It's alright. I ended up pulling 2 of him. 1 in my pre-release kit, 1 in my prize support. But it was still a lot of fun. Like, I think it was some of the most fun Magic that I've probably ever played. And I also feel like some of the best Magic that I've played, where it just felt like out of all the options I felt like I had on my turn, every one I chose was the right one. And it was just cool. I mean, maybe. I don't know if I'm a red-white player, but I'm a Lorehold player. Dude, that's awesome. Lorehold the Historian. That's sick. Dude, that one's such a cool card too. Like, definitely, I think one of my favorite dragons. Like, they're all powerful, but I just like, it just seems more interesting. That's awesome. I mean, yeah, you got 2 Loreholds and then also that Force of Will. Like, you and your husband's pulls are insane. Alright, so... Nice, well this is a good one for that. Oh, Bobby, it's so fun. It can be very overwhelming though, there's so much to it. I've been playing Magic for a while, so it's one of my like main interests. Yeah, you should give it a shot. I think one of the cool things about Magic is like there's something for everyone. There's so many different like cards, themes, playstyles that undoubtedly like someone that starts playing the game will be able to find something that they like. And like all the crossovers they've been doing lately are also a really cool way of getting newer players into the game. I'm not surprised. Yeah, Liz, for example, she was pretty big into Magic, and I ended up playing some Magic with her. And then I know a bunch of that crew were also into Magic. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I feel like overall, like, people are generally just, like, super nice and helpful. And I think every community has its bad eggs. But as a whole, Magic's a very inclusive and very welcoming community. Alright, so I actually think I'll probably end up calling the stream there for now, just because I don't know exactly how long this is going to take to render. And so the only thing I can do at this point is just wait around. So I'll call it in like 5 minutes. Dude, I haven't, Bobby. The new Marlin, no. I haven't been down there in a while. At least since since Purdue and IU split. Which was like over a year ago now, right? Oh, dude, I want to check it out though. And then like the school is called Luddy now, right? Oh yeah, that's great, Amanda. Like especially when the local game stores are super helpful and like really nice and welcoming places too. Like that's awesome. That's good that you have stores like that around you. All the stores around me are also like great like that too. Okay, yeah, I haven't been to Luddy either since the name got changed. So I don't know if that happened during like the schism or if that was after. Dude, yes, Bobby, Family Time Games. I love that store. I used to go there all the time. Over on like the northwest side at like Michigan and 86th or something like that. Dude, the owners are so nice too. Shane and Sandra. Mm-hmm. I actually worked there for a few months. It was fun. And they were just like two really, really awesome people. Like, I love that store. Amanda, do you and your husband go to that local game store to play? Whenever you guys play Commander? Okay, for sure. No worries. I mean, it can be both very good and very bad. I've had really awesome experiences playing Commander at game stores, but also like some pretty unfun ones. Like just going there and getting like absolutely stomped by a deck that was like way too powerful, and it was just like, oh, okay. I probably should have communicated more about like what type of vibe we were going for. Okay, that's mostly what I do too. Like I have a group that I primarily play with. That's totally understandable. Yeah, I mean, as long as you have a group that you can regularly play with, and that you vibe well with, I mean, I think that's the most important thing. Because it seems like you already found your people, so that's good. Alright, Bobby, question. Alright, considering how long this is taking to render, if I were to mess around with the particles and their textures and add an emission to them, do you think that would increase the render time drastically? Yeah, but I mean, it's definitely rendering, because like if you look at this part, like right here, it's like all rough and not rendered, and then this part, it is rendered. So I think it's definitely going, but it is weird that this isn't updating. But I don't know, at the same time I feel like it's weird that I can still move the render window, or the render view. Okay, lower the samples. Sorry, when you say lower the samples, which ones are you referring to? Like, oh, like just these in here? Okay, for sure. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I think let's do 3, 2, 2. We'll tweak around with some things. We're gonna save. Let's see what happens if... Let's turn this off for now. Where are the particles that I want to mess around with? Let's select this particle, assign a new material. We're gonna give them emission. We're gonna make that emission a little blue. Actually, you know what? I think this would also help. Oops. We're gonna go to the render settings. We're gonna change this to basically 540 for now. 190. Amanda, are there any commanders you're looking to build from Strixhaven? Render at 0%. Okay, I'll try that. Turn off adaptive. Up AA. We'll go to 4, and then we'll see what that looks like. Maybe for the final render, I'll turn on adaptive auto sampling, or just adaptive, whatever it was called, and then I will just let it run. The little otter guy. Oh, yeah, okay. The one that gives your things myriad. Dude, that card seems so cool. Like, what an interesting effect. I think we talked about this, actually. I did give these a... Weird. Even clicking on them, it doesn't show up. So I guess that would have been particles 14, 13, 14, these ones. Emission. It didn't really do much for what I was looking for. So maybe this cone is just the way to go. You know, Amanda, I think I want to build Quintorius. I think it's going to be super fun. I like the direction it is for Boros too. Ooh, what happened here? I don't know. Okay, let's go from before we assign that material. yeah, I think New Quintoria seemed super fun. Okay. Maybe it just needs to be... What if I up the brightness? What's that going to do for me? Maybe I went too far with the particles, and there's just like so many now that it doesn't look good. Maybe that's the case. We'll change this to 5. We'll change this to 5. Let's we're gonna change this 300. Oh, thank you, Amanda. I appreciate it. It is too. It's like, gosh, I'm getting very nitpicky about it. Which is not necessarily a bad thing, but now it's just like, oh, I want to make like all these like slight changes and tweaks. Alright. Probably should have cached, like Bobby said. But it's fine. Alright, let's pause this there. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how time-consuming a lot of this stuff can be, Amanda. Like, today I have just been working on setting up lights and rendering. I feel like yesterday, no, Friday and like Thursday, I was just working on the smoke. Oh, but the smoke is looking so sick. Look at that. The smoke is so cool. Alright, how's this? Maybe the issue now is with the expression that I did and how small they are. This is the back one. Let's do 0.35 to 1. No. Oh, 0.25 to 1. That's fine. This one can be. I think that is it. I think that's definitely it. 0.1 to 0.6. Actually, you know what? I know the smoke looks good, so we'll hide the smoke for now. We just care about making the particles visible. Okay. Okay. And now maybe there's too many particles. I think I cooked a little too much with particles. We'll do 500. Actually, you know what? No. Let's do like 400 in the front. And then maybe like 500. Let's do 3 and 4. Thank you, Amanda. Dude, the smoke turned out so well. Oh my gosh, that was so challenging. But yeah, I'm happy with how the smoke turned out. Ooh, you think you'll build Tassiger, David? That could be cool. Gosh, that dude's old school. I think this is good. This is in the front. Let's check out the Sol Ring reference. Maybe I'm. You know, maybe the front should look big. So like, make this one, make this like 0.65. Actually, 0.7. That's fine. Because they're closer. There could be not as many. It's like 200. Not that. Not that many. Now we make the back ones smaller. There's going to be more because they're further away. And make these smaller, like 0.5 to 0.75. Actually, 0.3 to 0. I mean, I think it doesn't help that this is also actually. We're gonna bump this up to 380. By 520. 380. 520. That's fine. Now let's render. It should be a bit higher for quality, so maybe we can see more of the particles popping up. I think that's good. I do want to change this. This is going to be 0.25. I mean, now that I know, what if I try that again, where I give them a new material? You can't even see. Material. Ugh. All right, we have particles. All right, hold on. AI standard surface. Make them emissive. Reset. Play so they populate. Hide this cone. Now let's see. Do these appear? I think they do. Okay. What if I hid this? They still appear? Well, yes. Yes, they do. I guess that's all I needed. God. Why didn't I think of that? Thanks, Bobby. That was AI 13. Particle emissive. Oh wait, what? Hold on. I don't even have the emissive on. Okay. They must just be getting backlit by the... Okay, now the emissive is on. Okay, now we can definitely see the emissive on them. That's cool. That's very cool. It doesn't feel like it's on all of it, though. Very interesting. But yeah, let's see what happens if I do bump it up past 1. Let's try 2. I feel like these particles right here definitely have some sort of shadow being casted on them. But, I mean, considering what should be lighting them up, I don't know. Let me think of something. If I hide these, does that hide the particles too? I'm gonna see what hiding the meshes does for me, and if it changes the lighting on the particles at all. It's weird. I don't know. This looks good. I don't know what happened, but this looks good. I like it a lot more than what I have had. Okay. Let's... Yeah, that looks cool. I do too. I like it a lot. Okay. The problem is, now we gotta wait for smoke, and then we gotta render. So I think at the very least we can start running some... Okay, nope. I think we're gonna try to... Okay, so I think what we're gonna do for today, for the rest of the stream, I'm gonna wait for this smoke to populate. I will try to get like a test render out, and then I'll probably call the stream there. That way I can let the smoke keep going and then let the render take as long as it needs, because I think this scene is going to take quite a bit of time to render. But yeah, I'm going to get a test render with smoke, see how that looks, and then I'll call that for the stream. And then just like, I'm gonna let the smoke run as long as it takes to get it where I want to, and then try to do like an actual render while offline. And then I'll share that with you guys. Just like, I'll post it on my socials, I'll post it in the Discord, Amanda. But yeah. So let's get some test smoke right now, just to see where we're at. Okay, waiting. Okay, there we go. Look at that smoke. another reason, like this looks nice, right? But there's a lot of influences on the smoke. So like simulated forces that help shape the smoke, or that help the smoke behave in a certain way. But the only way for those forces to really start applying is if you let the scene run for quite a while. So like I have turbulence, which makes the smoke look like a lot more wispy. I have wind, which blows the smoke in a specific direction. But in order to get that, I have to let the scene run for more than 13 frames. So like I get a little bit, but the longer I let it run, the more of that effect happens. But of course, the more frames I let that run for, the much longer it's going to take. So I mean, personally, I think this is looking great. So I think if I just let the smoke run a lot longer, then I'll be happy with that. And then I can let my computer run for even longer to get a really nice render going. But yeah, this is turning out sick. Ooh, and Amanda, this is something new that I set up for this stream. So, I'll be right back, but so I've got transitions now, which are cool, but also I've got this, my Nina break screen, so I'll show you. So basically, whenever I go on a lunch break, I have this on, because of course it's a lunch break, and I'm also going to go feed Nina and spend some time with her. Oh my god, I'm looking at these pictures. She's just so cute. Okay. Yeah, Bobby, my Discord is Patty. Three 705. I think that should be it. There you go. Okay, yeah, back to our render. This looks really nice. I'm content with where we're at. So I think I'm gonna let the scene run longer to get even more smoke and to get those influences going on. And then once that happens, I can get a really nice render going on. Both of those processes are gonna take quite a bit of time. So I'm gonna call the stream there so I can let them run in the background as I go do other things. And then I will share the final image with everybody, with as many channels as I can. Yeah. So I think I'm going to call the stream there for tonight, guys. Oh my gosh, outfits would be so cute, Amanda, but she hates them. Like, we can hardly even put a harness and leash on her. But she does look so stinking cute. We'll get something for her, though. But yeah. Sweet. Oh, they are too cute. Like, oh my gosh. And like, just like, so many options and things you can do to make them look even more adorable. Honestly, Maxine and I never thought we would love a cat. Or like love a pet as much as we love Nina, but we're so happy to have her in our lives. But yeah, Bobby, Amanda, thank you guys so much for hanging out today. You guys have a good one too. I really appreciate it. And Bobby, thank you so much for all your help, dude. It's been awesome. And yeah, keep a lookout for the final render. I mean, it probably won't be until way later tonight, but it'll be up sometime for sure. Have a good rest of your night, guys. Bye, bestie. See you guys.